Be live here. Hello. Title or category. Cool. We are set. This restream up. Good enough. We're gonna see how long this stream is. Not entirely sure yet. Let me set myself up one small thing on the side. And we have, at least we did get a sweep out of this yesterday. I don't know how much those params are going to transfer. We shall see. I'm seeing pretty high entropy. Stuff doesn't look too crazy, honestly. But we'll see how that goes. How am I going to do this? 1 second. Get rid of a bunch of crap real quick. Okay. I think we're good. Hey, Arch. Hey, Alec. Yeah, let's just grab this, I suppose. So apparently these are good params. We shall see. Okay, wait, Vec is fine, right? I'll go solved. You know, I did come up with something good yesterday. It's a much simpler algorithm. I'm gonna try it. We're gonna commit this. I'm gonna try out very quickly. I'm gonna try this first. And we're gonna make sure that this repros. And then we'll see from there. It's funny that we get a different gamma and lambda. Shorter horizon. So I basically did a restricted sweep where I didn't let it set. Like, I know that you can do better on this by making the network gigantic or by cranking up replay ratios. I didn't want it to do that. I believe some of these params are dead as well. Wait, 5E8, so that's 500 mil. But wait, we'll give it 1 bill then. And we don't have to worry about the LR decay either, which is nice. That should be everything. Questions? Of course. Okay, that's ridiculously good. Alok, you're doing the wrong thing, alright? Look, grab, like, default Ubuntu, and then stop worrying about your distro. And spend your time on programming. Learn a couple basic CLI tools, but, like, all the other, like, ricing and distro hopping, it's all just meme. This is in my guide, actually. If you read my programming in ML guide, that's in my advice for beginners. So reread that. Ooh, unstable. Interesting. A little unstable. Like, ultimately, the thing that matters is having working knowledge of a variety of areas of programming. That's the thing that matters. Not distro hopping all over the place and whatever. Not using advantage anymore. No, it's not using uncertainty yet. This one here is just using episode return. I have another algorithm that we're going to do today that will be better. It's actually pretty similar to what we have here. It should be more stable, though. Hey, Calyx. Just for a single choice. Like, grab default Ubuntu, whatever it is, 24 or 25 now, and just call it a day. Like, realistically, the only setting that I think that programmers absolutely need to have that I see people forget to do is you need to increase your or decrease your key press delay so that you can actually, like, type at a reasonable speed and navigate around with your arrows or your Vim keys. That's it. Okay, cool. Very unstable. Very good. Very, very fun game. We're gonna treat this as oops, what am I doing? And Vim is fun. You don't have to go learn every possible thing about it, though. Like, again, it's kind of meme. Like, NVim is nice because it's simple, it's lightweight, and it doesn't tie you to a bloated IDE that's gonna, like, you're gonna spend forever debugging. You'll notice I haven't messed with my setup in a long time. Yeah, the progress. I'll explain the new algorithm in a second. I'm just trying to think where I want to start from. New branch, probably. Uh-oh. Internet? Just my SSH blipping. Let me go grab the diagram that I drew. All right. New algorithm is, well, getting filtered out by the face detector, but much simpler. I'm a little tired today. Let me see if I do it this way. CSE are asking me to pick EE. Why the hell are they doing that? Like, what are you interested in, man? Do you like doing a shit ton of math? Do you like what do you do? And, hey Jess, yeah, major changes to the algorithm. I took a nice long walk yesterday. I sat upstairs in the sun, got myself just had some time to think. I drew up some plans, which we're gonna do now. overview. Yeah. I don't mind the Flappy Bird PRs, Jess. Eventually, we're gonna accept one of them that's like nice and high quality at some point. It's because it's the suggested default project if you just don't know what to build in the guide. I'm waiting for the right one where somebody comes onto the stream and says like, "Hey, I'm new. I built this Flappy Bird and I did it like mostly manually or fully manually. I put some time into it. I'm looking for a review. I know it's a simple end, but I think this is like a good starting point, and I'd really appreciate it. Like, if I get something like that, then I will go review a Flappy Bird and merge it even." This is kind of lazy. This is kind of lazy, but hopefully this is good enough. We'll see. Um, okay, so here's the algorithm, right? The very simple version of this is just for a certain number of seeds, store the best recorded trajectory. Some environments are devoted to starting from points along that trajectory to robustify, and some M's are devoted to just trying to find better trajectories. Some M's are devoted to your normal PPO. This is basically just the simplest possible way to make use of state sets. It fixes a bunch of the problems with the previous algorithm. It should be very robust. It should work. We will see from here. What? Oh, it's retarded. Cool. Wait, what? Macroeconomic. Uh, mm, you can frame stuff that way. Whatever, it's fine. The good news is that this algorithm will be simple enough that this will legitimately end up being like a few hundred lines of code. Um, so this will actually be even easier than before for me to like manually fix once we have the result. Dario just published, yes, we had way ahead of you, my guy. Here you go. Oh, Rohan's funny. Co-signed. It's funny. He actually saw it. Alright, we actually have to read this and revise now. That's very funny. Okay, so reward only trajectory buffer. Split M's each rollout. Okay. How the hell are you seriously asking me that question, dude? When they're like not letting you use their fucking models for AI research. Only we get to use the model for AI research. Like they can kindly just go fuck themselves, and it's very simple. That's why we have the whole thing up there. Like I knew a couple of the people that were on the first like few to join Anthropic, and they were batshit insane. It hasn't gotten any better since. It's just the most out of touch AI people in SF, which is the most out of touch city in the world. Exactly. Well, actually, Jess, I think the difference is OpenAI knew that they were bullshit. Um, these people are dumb enough to believe their own argument, though. How are you downsampling? Yeah, so Arch, it's configurable. No. It would be like, one state per like 2 or 4 or 8 or 16 states. It's not going to be like per horizon. That's way too sparse. Deprecate. Hey, Liberty. Okay, that's good. No idea the memory constraint. Yeah, the memory is going to be a little annoying, Arch. Um, it is CPU RAM. It's not VRAM, so I think that we should be fine. Not head ends. That's dumb. $50 move rule. Undo stack. Yeah, it's annoying. States. Is there any waiting that's going to occur for states? Initially, no. That is where you could potentially use advantage, but the problem with advantage is you have to refresh it, and refreshing advantage is annoying. See ya, Jess. You have to change the title? I did change the title, didn't I? Simpler state set algorithm for 5.0. Super excited to mess around with Puffer? Welcome. Um, there will be um there will be more interesting content soon. I've sort of been stuck on the 5.0 algorithm for a while, so my head's a little bit fuzzy from thinking about all sorts of stuff there. But essentially, the idea is that we've got the idea around here is we have a bunch of people working on ends that are newer. Some people who are more experienced working on more complicated ends. Some of those people have then moved on to help with algorithm and core stuff. And I, at the moment, am working on a new algorithm that leverages the ability to restore the state of an environment to any previously seen state, which is very easy to implement. And it's mostly a question of algorithmic details. So that's what I'm working on at the moment. I've been working on that for a few weeks. I came up with something that should be pretty straightforward and should work yesterday. We're going to try that today, and we're going to see how that works. And then hopefully, I'm going to be able to stop just typing crap into Codex very soon. And I'm actually going to be able to, like, manually fix and re-implement the thing as soon as I have a couple decent experiments. That's what's going on here. These bots. Probably just bots. Hey, Hayden. Welcome. What are you doing it in? Are you just doing it in the sea? If it's fast, that'll be pretty darn nice as an env. I'd love to have end pendulums. Just have the cart pole end with the exact cart pole dynamics, but if you just set n, it just gives you more pendulums. That'd be cool. Cart pole length. Cart pole n. Thanks, Liberty. I am very tired from the last few weeks, to be honest. The crazy psychotic cut I've been on is not helping. I think today I'm going to try to get myself a bit more protein in a couple of hours, and we'll see if that helps. Head is very fuzzy. Cart rope at that point. I think you have to make the poles longer. I think the problem is people making the poles too short, and then you're basically, yeah, you can't balance a rope. Modified double pendulum. So I gotta clean up. Yeah, of course. Like, we'd want it to be a cleaned PR. You tried the other reward and stuff, right, Hayden? Plus sweeps? I'm guessing that's pretty much all Yassine did as well. It's possible that you might have to expand the action space. You know, the left-right might have to be more precise. It worked great? Good. I've never even tested that, by the way. I sort of just came up with that because we use similar rewards on other problems. That delta-based formulation is very important to understand. Actually, we'll make this an educational... Making a docs, lovely. So we'll make this a little bit of an educational piece here. So the reason that I suggested that reward, which, to be clear, I suggested that the reward for balancing multiple pendulums should be, from one step to the next, the change in height of the highest point of the pendulum. And the reason that I suggested that specific delta formulation instead of just reward for max height or something like that is that using this type of delta reward encourages you to get closer to the goal. It doesn't encourage you to, like, stay just a little bit away from the goal. It penalizes you for getting farther away. It's not reward hackable. There are many instances, I don't know if in this specific case, but there are many instances where having a dense reward that looks like, you know, more reward for distance to goal or whatever can be hackable. And it's also numerically, it's very difficult to distinguish one from the other because you'll typically get like high reward as you get closer and closer, but the difference in reward is very small um, from one state to the next. It sort of gets washed out. So you get both better conditioned rewards with deltas, and also you remove a lot of potential for reward hacking. So we use this on a lot of problems, including professionally. It works quite well, and I think a lot of the robotics rewards would work way better with this. In fact, I actually found a bug with the rewards where they were hackable in a popular robotics library one time. And then they said, oh no, this is intentional because of this other thing. And what they'd essentially done is they'd changed their advantage calculation to also have another bug, such that the two bugs cancel each other out. But the best thing is really just to use delta-based rewards when you can. Somebody said they got 8 pendulums with, like, longer pendulums or whatever on X. I don't know if I believe them. A lot of the people trying this stuff are just, like, straight vibe coding the thing end to end, which is not going to work. You can probably, like, vibe code the stupid environment and maybe force something to work. Yeah, that I believe. But the whole learning dynamics, that's not going to work. Because Puffer is not just PPO, it's substantially more sophisticated. Is it on site with Ari? I actually don't even know who the hell that was, to be honest. I think I just, because I posted my thing publicly, you know, the defense. I didn't notice while I was giving the defense. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised that all the comments about that are what let the thing blow up in the algorithm anyways. But, whatever. I have so much cooler stuff in the last few years since my PhD. I mean, the amount of progress since then is nuts. I would not believe the stuff that we have today 3 years ago. In fact, looking back, it was kind of insane that I was excited as I was about, like, trying to actually make RL work. Just with the knowledge that like, the lack of knowledge that I had back then, it was pretty objectively nuts to try to do the stuff I was doing with Puffer, and it just kind of worked. So sometimes you don't have to be smart, you just have to be kind of obsessive. When did I start Puffer? Right after I graduated, about 3 years ago. It really just started as a like a compatibility layer to make it easier to work with all the fancy environments out there. And then the perf thing sort of just started happening. Like, we kind of just started seeing all the places where stuff was bad and slowly replacing them. And then in the last year or so, we kind of just got to the point where we said, okay, our own stuff is better. There's no need to rely on any third party anything anymore. And we just replaced everything. What are we doing here? The whole implementation. Great. Don't try this at home. I'm a professional. None of that code's getting kept in Puffer 5. Don't worry. This is basically me just, like, hacking on algorithm, seeing if I can get some valid experiments, And then from there, I will actually write it. It'll be fun. I thought about this one for a while. It's like kind of unprofessional and blah, 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 but that's the correct response. It's fine. Cool. Why it may be a bad idea to anneal entropy coefficient? Mm, well, you're assuming that the final policy can have 0 entropy, so you basically can just collapse it to be deterministic too early. I also think deterministic policies are much more brittle because, like, one small change that screws with the actions, they can be less robust. Actually, here I do have a theory on that. Hang on. Here, so let me just give you this. We can get rid of that. Okay, so here's the theory, right? So let's say that you have a trajectory, like you have to go around some obstacles or whatever, and then this is the optimal trajectory to get to the target, right? So when you have some entropy, you're going to also occasionally you're going to go to like here, and then you're going to have to go like this, or you're going to end up here, and then you're going to have to go like this, right? So if you get off the trajectory, you're fine. But with no entropy, if you have a deterministic policy, this is all you know. So I think that as soon as you get to like, as soon as by some chance you get to here, like you're just screwed. You don't know how to get back because you only know this one path. And again, it depends on the environment. I don't think it's as bad in PCG ends where like you get robustness anyways. But I can definitely see cases where having the policy collapse, even if the solution is deterministic, is very bad for robustness. Oh, wait, hang on. Experimented with cosine annealing. It seems to work on breakout. I missed your first message. Did you improve the solve time? Did you improve the speed run time? I would believe that you can anneal it from a high thing down to like a lower point that's not 0. More easily and stays there. Just playing around. Breakout's a good end for playing around with it. You're gonna want to try it on some harder tasks eventually, though. I think that the only thing that's like a pretty good, meaningful indicator on breakout is if you improve the speed run time, like substantially. If you get a 2-second breakout solve down from 4 seconds, for instance, I will be very interested. Even that is not going to be a guarantee on anything. When new article? Article on what? On the new algorithm? When I actually have it working and integrated and like solving stuff in Puffer 5. The last few weeks have been somewhat disappointing, I would say. Well, The key error assumption that I made in the Puffer 5 algorithm that I came up with, to be fair, I don't think it's one that any researcher in the world would have caught from my initial description of it. So it wasn't like a totally stupid error. I wish I'd caught it after a week or a week and a half instead of 3 weeks, but it happens. And I think we have a new algorithm from it. And I'm even more confident that this will work now. So should be good. Any deadlines? No, that is one of the nice things about having my own company. I do not have deadlines. Um, Research under deadlines is very, very bad. The only thing that we have for this update is no scope creep. So I'm not going to creep the scope of Puffer 5 to be a big update. I want it to be a very small, concentrated update on the new algorithm. So pretty much whenever I have something that is stable with state sets and generally useful, then I will push that as the next update. If we finish it early, then I will consider adding a few small things. Would an LLM have caught it faster? No. In fact, the LLM did not provide a single useful idea in the entirety of the last 3 weeks. These things are retarded. They sometimes can implement shitty prototype code more quickly than I can, or when I am too tired to do so myself, and that is about it. The key error arch was me not realizing. So the key difference is that Go Explore and these other state-based algorithms, they use uncertainty as a metric. And when you find something that is uncertain, you keep going, you explore from there, and you find more things that are uncertain. The problem is advantage works the other way. So, like, you find a lucky state that seems that it has high advantage, and then you have to go backwards to how you got there in order to learn that trajectory. And that is very difficult to do with the type of state set algorithm that this was inspired by. Yeah, you can't go forward with advantage. And the thing is, even if you go backwards with advantage, it's very hard to refresh your advantage estimate on a trajectory. It's very difficult to refresh it. So it's quite annoying. Because advantage is an on-policy estimate as well. How tired would a master's be today if it's not? Well, I mean, it depends on... That depends massively on your situation, right? So for somebody in my situation, it would be batshit. If that's your way to get to the US, like, maybe it's worth it. I don't know. I don't think that the education provided by a master's is worth it. Let's put it that way. That makes sense, or should I not be? Yeah, I think actually you just want it to be this way, right? Yeah, you can't refresh advantage. The policy is already updated and it's off policy. Yeah, exactly. So it's kind of subtle, right? It's the combination of you have to go backwards, which is already sort of annoying to implement. And then there's not really a good way to refresh it. Because keep in mind, the whole point of the advantage in these sparse ends is that you find a rare event. So, like, in order to get an active advantage estimate, you'd basically have to go all the way back to the start and then do a ton of rollouts um, to get, like, a good estimate of it. It's just not, and it's very noisy even then. Like, advantage, since it's a learned metric, like, you can end up kicking out good segments by advantage as well. So there really were just a ton of problems with it. And the key realization, right, is that it is a bad idea to stick stuff into the buffer that has higher episode return. But I do think that the trajectory refinement thing from Go Explore is correct. And given that we can't really do something segment based on advantage, I think this is the other thing that will work, and it's much simpler as well. What? This is the most out of touch possible thing. The reason that people are worried about, say, AI is because the AI CEOs are like glorified cigarette ad agency execs. Bunch of bastards. They don't need more optimistic AI CEOs. They need AI CEOs that aren't total bastards. Ooh. This is very nice. Thank you. Very nice, Puffer Env. 22% end of time is a little bit concerning here. 1.2 mil SPS with a 1 mil per am policy. Did he meaningfully progress from his starting point? Yes, Celebi. I think he kind of stopped doing a lot of the heavy env work a while ago, but from like not knowing anything to having done Enduro, and this was before you could just vibe code everything as well. Um, that was a lot of stuff learned. Also, all the stuff he did on Pokemon, he definitely progressed meaningfully. I mean, as you'd know as well, Spencer, who I now work with professionally, he also started not knowing anything about RL. His first end PR was absolutely terrible code. And I now take him over, like, most, if not almost all MIT PhD grads. Well, actually, I think it's more accurate to say I don't know a single other MIT PhD grad I'd rather have than Spencer. That's even a stronger endorsement. Like, I know a couple people that are better at the core RL than him, but not many. Especially the practical, like, get the thing to work on new problem, he's very good at. And he's been catching up on the research background as well. Like, his self-play stuff is quite solid. That project with Jess. It's pretty much just like the crazy obscure stuff that you just need a decade of experience that I have to help with occasionally. It's a cool pendulum. This was pretty funny. He asked like who's doing the 7 pendulum, and I just said you now, and he actually started doing it. That's all it takes. That was like yesterday, right? It was like, who's doing it? You, right now, get going. This can be you, folks. Like, just go to the site, read our literally 1 page of docs. This is all there is. Grab the tutorial end and get started. And also star the puffer. It helps us a lot. Feed the puffer a star on GitHub. He likes stars. Look, I made so many tutorial ends about pufferfish eating stars. You see these puffers eating stars? If this doesn't get you to star the repo, I don't know what does. Nom 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 nom. Ever too late to start? No, of course not. Honestly, the only thing that's, like, tough is when you just have too many damn obligations to have time to devote. That's what people mean by too late to start. It's that you've just accumulated too much crap in your life to have time to do things that you actually want to do. You know, I say no to lots of things so that I don't have that problem. I should just read the config. That's being lazy. Fresh frac is 0. That would be mine, Codex. I already did that. It's a bad default. Research paper pan out. Well, I still don't know whether their comparison is fair. It gives me some ideas, though. Okay. Starts very slow. Okay, we'll try this. Time steps is 1 bill. 3-minute runs are way better than yesterday. Tree search, you can probably tune Go Explore Hypers much better. Well, I would believe you can beat Go Explore. Go Explore is basically just the simplest state set algorithm you can do, given access to a novelty metric of some type. The tree search paper, it's just like, let's use R&D instead of cell sets, right? And then instead of just picking random states, they're doing it like they're keeping a tree. So I would believe that's going to be much more efficient. That said, they also like the tasks that these types of papers are choosing, they're choosing the best possible task for their case. We also should be able to get this to be faster. We'll work on that as well. Oh, I have some cool messages. I like this. Yeah, so we got 8 score, which is very bad. We can take these out for now. They're going to be less relevant, I'm sure. So, the new algorithm is essentially just like keep the best trajectory. Well, for the purpose of Sokoban, it's a little different generally, but you just keep the best trajectory that you've seen so far, and then you get to set some of the end states to be randomly on that trajectory. Huh? Where? Damn, what the heck is wrong with keyboard? One. There. What's the best way to start experimenting with RL? Check the docs on Puffer. Grab one of the template environments, go mess around with it. Like 300 lines of code for a basic starter env. I also have guides on my x.com/jsuarez, my beginner guide for ML and programming, and if you're more experienced, my ultra opinionated guide to RL. Those are my two best pieces of educational content. Okay, this is interesting. So we have a length 709. To 5. Interesting. What's the best paper to read? You really don't need to read a paper initially for Puffer. I have several papers linked in that RL guide. It's kind of spaced out naturally for you, so you get to do some stuff and then read a little and do some stuff and read a little. I would just follow the stuff that I've suggested in that, like the ultra opinionated RL guide. That's basically all of my best thoughts in one spot in a pretty compact read. And you're not meant to read that thing from the start to finish. You're kind of meant to work through it. It gives you stuff to do. Maybe the CL frac is too low now. Hang on. I can just, like, guess, can I? Fresh frac 0.5. 0.25? No, 0.75. Let's do 0.35. Let's do like this. Reverse forward curriculum. Do you have a paper? What's the name? Like, there are a million Taos. How are you so smart, bro? I'm really not. Like, being me does not feel smart. It feels like, miraculously, the things I'm working on are being done ludicrously incompetently for no apparent fucking reason. Like, it's not very complicated to say, hey guys, computers could run this thing at maybe 20 million steps per second. Why does our Python program run this at 10 steps per second? Like, it's a pretty simple, manageable question, right? Back of the envelope, we could probably run this 20 million steps per second. Why does it run at 10? Oh, Stone Towel. Yeah, Stone's good. Reculum Stone. Yeah, I know Stone. Oh, this one. Yeah, cool. Where's the method? Offline demos. I see. Yeah, so different. Very different in that case. But I would believe, yeah, Stone generally has very good work, so it makes sense that he's thinking about this type of stuff. I've read the Maniskill codebase, chunks of it. It's good for robotics, but robotics is just, man, they need some help with their code. RuneScape made you so consistent. It's funny that you mentioned that. What are we at? 94 Herblore? uh, This gets stuck for just a very long time. Nicest 4K dedicated. So my setup here is I have, I think, two 27-inch 4Ks, and my main one that I'm doing all my work on is right in front of me, and then the stream monitor is a vertical one, and it's just basically, it's just on like the bottom third of my screen there, and then I have OBS there and anything private that I need to have, you know, email or whatever. Honestly, the whole idea from my PhD and all the stuff, it all came from RuneScape. Like, it's not just, oh, what if RuneScape? Like, the tick system of that game and the way that MMOs optimized complex, interesting gameplay mechanics to run on 90s hardware with thousands of players, like, that was the key to... I mean, that's the whole key to RL, right? Is how do you get interesting simulation that runs ludicrously fast? That's already been solved for us by MMOs, man. That was the whole key to everything. You just take their playbook exactly. If you check in the Discord, we actually have some really cool results on like simulated RuneScape type environments. Valo's been working on that. John's been working on that. Lots and lots of cool code has been submitted there. I didn't really play RuneScape growing up. I played a French MMO called Dofus, which is basically tactical fantasy chess on steroids. I found RuneScape in college. I played it like a couple times when I was younger, but not really much at all. But I played a bunch of different MMOs. MMOs were always my favorite genre. I really liked the open world, the really long-term progression, the ability to like strategize on how you're going to approach like not the next 20-minute game, but the next 100 hours of content. I don't know, it's always been very cool to me. I don't play 5D chess, man. I'm playing fucking checkers here. That's the funny part. I've had very many weird interactions with people because they think I have like some crazy. I'm playing checkers. Entropy is very low. But entropy coef is high. This is not considered working hard, what I'm doing here. This is considered being very lazy. Puffer 4, that was hard work. Do we just have super jank params or something? We do, don't we? Google Research Football Env. We had discussions of similar things. I don't think that's actually worth doing, believe it or not. I think that we would just build our own. Like, their env is going to be too slow, is my guess. And even if it's not, it's going to be super heavy. Temple OS? I'm not that far out there, am I? I mean, Puffer's like, the core of Puffer's 5k lines of code. It's really tight. And actually, I think it could be more like 3 or 4k. That's just me being bad at CUDA. Like, I have to just learn some more CUDA. It's a little annoying because the algorithm is still in flux. I'm hoping once the algorithm is solid, by which I'll define the algorithm being solid as like, yes, we could improve things, but for every one of those like dumb pathological examples where the RL should work but doesn't, the RL works. And for all of our hard ends where we think it should work under good hypers and stuff, it does work. Like, once we have it just nice and stable feeling across the board, it's 80% of the way already. That's probably when I will just take some time to really, really polish. Who dis? Random dude. What we got? Alright. He must have missed the news then. Wow, there's a skill.md for my own repo, my own project. I'm sure I should be using that. I read that thing for the lulz. It's literally like a not entirely correct version of the docs that they had an LLM generate without actually seeing the source or the docs. Mind-bogglingly stupid things. I mean, like, can we just go through the logic that it takes to think that this is a good idea? Just the number of levels of stupidity that this takes? Okay, so I have docs, okay, and I have precise example code. So imagine getting an LLM, having it generate a summary of Puffer without reading my nice docs, without reading my nice sample code and stuff, having it just spit something out that's completely inaccurate, and then feeding that to another LLM in order to like understand the project for you and implement stuff. You see? I'm not a genius. I just point out things that are obviously stupid. Like, there are a couple clever things in a few bits of the Puffer architecture and stuff, but that's about it. Basically, same. Buffers are random. Yeah, that's what it looked like, Arch. Which that should be good news, right? That it's like it ends up being very similar to something from one of the very, very short list of people that I know actually do consistently good work. Now, look, obviously, there is a very large difference between it being a demo and having to get it yourself. Because you end up with this whole design space of like, do I use advantage? Do I use this? Do I do that? How do I get the actual trajectory? And I've spent the last few weeks exploring that, and now I have a more nuanced understanding of it, right? Oops. I put my watch. Oh yeah. I really don't give a shit about the novelty of the thing or anything Arch. Like, I just want this thing to be implemented in a way that is stable, having thoroughly explored the design space and coming to the conclusion that this is either the best thing or like the best thing that we can realistically test in this space as a starting point and that will work and not have dumb edge cases. Good state coverage. I already have a plan for that, Arch. That one's way easier. That one is literally just going to be add high uncertainty states, like set some M's to high uncertainty states. That's it. Done. One of my mentors pointed out, getting scooped by someone. Yeah, but the thing is, like, I no longer care about that shit, right? Like, I'm not an academic. I don't publish. Like, the only thing I care about is that we have, like, stable, good RL that works broadly and that lets us solve very, very hard problems that we were not able to solve before. Like, I'll get pissed off if like if I end up copying like very close to something that is by somebody who I know is a big asshole, but that's just me being petty. And so far that hasn't happened. The one time I thought that was going to happen, it turned out that the paper was complete bullshit. But do remind me for when I'm writing the article that I should I'll mention that one. I'll mention Go Explore, I'll mention Ryan's thing. I'll mention the tree searchy paper, maybe. I'm not really doing any tree searchy things, honestly. I think the biggest inspiration is just the original Go Explore. Maybe Ryan's thing. Ryan has a thing that's still in flux, but the only thing I'll say is we came up with at least one core similar idea. What if my competition is watching? What competition? Like, my competitors are death, ignorance, and the madness of men. Yeah, Ryan does curriculum work. I don't really wish I had competition. Like, if I did have if there were people that were competently doing this stuff, I wouldn't be doing it. I'd be doing some other thing that I find where it's like, wow, I can make it 10,000x better on my own. Like, there are very, very many places where things are just being done so poorly that you can make them 10,000x better. It's not the case that the world is full of mature solutions to everything where you can only ever make incremental progress. It's just not true. Ryan met. Yeah, Ryan's cool. I actually just saw him. I just saw him in SF the other day, and in Palo Alto. We had lots of margaritas. Was good. Let's see what this does. Best return of 16, huh? That's pretty funny. Well, I'm looking at this, and we're definitely going to be able to have this working if it's already this reasonable. I mean, it's too easy, right? You can't just set up dominoes for me. I'm the type that will always knock them down. Very easy to bait. So 11 with horribly broken code. Let's see if we get more than 11 with not horribly broken code. We're replacing with CL segment buffer. Yeah, so it's gonna the algorithm's a little simpler now. So it's just the simple version of it is just keep um you're going to keep the highest episode return full trajectory that you've seen so far for like n different environments or seeds or whatever. This is one of the consequences of typing crap into codecs instead of doing real engineering. I'm tired. It's been 3.5 weeks. Whatever. We'll fix it. We'll minify the diff, and then if I can get the result, then I will, next week, I will manually, like, make it not suck. What we learn over all segments? Reward. No. So, Ethan, you have these trajectories, and then some of the M's just get to sample anywhere in that trajectory. So basically, you have your best N solves or whatever, and then you can start anywhere within those. So the idea is that if you're going to have, the best segment is going to be lucky, right? Or the best episode's going to be lucky. It just, on average, it will be. And then you have some M's that get to start from anywhere in that lucky solve, so they get access to higher quality data. It's still fully on policy. It's a super simple algorithm. It's robust in a whole bunch of ways the other one wasn't. It's kind of dumb, honestly, but this should work just fine. Also, that was a solve right there. So before this thing crashed, that just solved. So even this horribly broken version of this just solved. And that logging should be correct as well. So I'm sure that once we fix this, this will work. MCTTS. MCTTS? I'm not familiar with that. Seed can't appear once. Yeah, so Arch, you just select like N seeds at the start. For things that have a ton of different seeds, yeah, there's probably a better way to do it. But for now, this will be fine. Yeah, so this is a solve here, right? That's a full solve in 1 bill steps. So this is considered a good result, even though it's completely broken. So I'm sure that once we fix all this stuff up, we'll be fine. The fact that we get any signs of life this early is very good. What the fuck is this? Stupid thing. Hey, Jess. We have a horribly broken version of the new algorithm already working. So, this will be fine. It'll work. Blah, 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 blah. Figure out why this thing's broken. Yeah, if I'm a man of the people, then you need better people because I hate people. But then again, there's a company called Anthropic that is doing rather misanthropic things. So see, these don't get enough views. Like, we get 1,000,000 views on all the other things, but then the ones that actually are like, hey, we also do professional work. We build state-of-the-art RL sims. And it's rather affordable for big companies. You could have your team spend $10 million internally trying to do this, or you could pay us a couple $100K. Oh yeah, this thing is, I actually need to read all these threads at some point because we actually have stuff in the optimizer where this is applicable. I'm just gonna like, whoops. On this. Alright, I'm gonna go use the restroom while this thing builds. Or finds the bug. And depending on how long this takes, maybe go get myself my protein shake. I'll be back in a couple minutes. Anybody heading out, Star Puffer before you do. The repo on GitHub. It helps a lot. Be right back. Alright. This is a very stupid week, so we're gonna be stupid too. This is 50 grams of unflavored protein powder, hopefully not expired, and a tablespoon of cocoa powder with water. We're gonna see how awful this is. In a martini shaker, no less. Three out of 10, would not recommend. But not as bad as I thought. Okay. The face doesn't lie. Yep. Not as bad as I thought, though. I think that what's happened in the last couple weeks, honestly, I think the reason I've just felt so awful is, so I've been doing this pretty heavy cut, like probably 1,000 calorie a day cut. That's not the bad part. That's normally pretty easy for me. I think I managed to cut way too much protein out of my diet in the process. Normally when I do the heavy cuts, I have protein shakes, and for whatever reason, I just haven't been doing it. You can see the difference already, though. Like, literally, go just tab back on YouTube, like 4 weeks of streams. You can tell the difference. Protein shake, is that a new sweep algorithm? New algorithm for potentially fixing me. Though honestly, I think that the most likely explanation is I've just gotten bored in the last few weeks because typing shit into Codex is a really stupid workflow. It is moderately efficient, if incredibly frustrating for this type of work, I suppose. But I will be very happy to be done with this crap and, like, back to editing things. Oh yeah, if anybody's interested in doing, like, some actually hard research, um, improvements to protein are really useful for Puffer. Like, really useful. And it's pretty much just the base algorithm plus a bunch of heuristics right now. Um, there's probably a lot of room for improvement. What you pretty much would do for protein to improve it is, like, you just take breakout, which sweeps pretty fast, and maybe like cart pull or whatever's because they sweep pretty fast. And you'd evaluate, like, the results and the frontiers that you get from different sweeps, how many experiments it takes to fill out the frontier. And then once you've devved something that you think is better, then you would use a different env to try it out, right? So the test would be a sweep on an env that you haven't used during development, and then see if it's still better. Use of Windows. Yeah, you should be on Linux. So this is an old desktop. Like, I don't even know. This is like a... It's not that old. It has a 3080 in it. I built this thing a long time ago, and it has a bunch of old crap on it that I don't know if I need or not, and I just haven't felt like reinstalling it, and insert other excuses. In Maryland, my main work setup is Ubuntu, and I'm not actually running anything on Windows here, if you notice. Like, this is SSH'd into my Linux box. This one's SSH'd into Linux box. Native Linux is very, very nice. See, this is why I really should just have my ideal work setup, because people see me typing shit into codecs all day, and they see me on stupid Windows, and they think, wow, that's how I should be doing work. It's like, no, you shouldn't. Blah, 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 blah. Amazon. Let me go grab... Supposed to order something from Amazon. Oh... Copy. Hang on. The data today. So how's it going, everyone? This is such a stupidly simple algorithm. There are a couple little details that mattered, though. I guess, like, I'm happy that I know that there isn't something obvious that you can do that's more sophisticated with advantage. Nope, we do everything but LLMs, very intentionally. Small superhuman models. Corrupted buffer metadata. Oops. Oops. Try this. No transformers, not too many prim. So, if somebody came up with a formulation of transformers that made sense for RL, like, sure, they'd be very small. Small transformers are very, very difficult to make hardware efficient. And in RL specifically, you have to run the inference mode in order to collect your data, which is really, really slow. So RNNs tend to be better for RL. Specifically, with the latest update, linear recurrences are amazing because they're efficient for inference and they're efficient for training on relatively short sequences, which is what we have. So, I mean, it's possible somebody comes up with a transformer thing that's better compute matched, but it would be very difficult because of the way data is collected in RL. Like, I'd believe that you could get a better transformer at, say, 1,000,000 parameters. I believe you could get a better transformer for training time, but I think you just die on the inference hill. Like in normal language modeling research, right? They spend all the compute on pre-training, which is parallel mode, and then they have to have a separate inference stack for consumers, but they can batch all that stuff. It's not seek to seek though with RL, right? Like RL's not a seek to seek problem. RL is converting obs plus any historical information you have into actions. I guess you can view that as seek to seek, but like it's not quite seek to seek. Like you can look at a decision transformer, that is seek to seek. That's like the closest thing that you'll find. But the thing is that is for offline RL, and a better word for offline RL is not RL. It's just supervised learning. So the inference mode specifically, that makes it tricky. RL, no, it's so seek to seek is not. The thing is, the RL objective is not. It's not a seek to seek problem, right? Like, would you consider? Hang on, let me think. Would you okay, if every single action the LLM takes is a tool call, right? Would you consider that seek to seek? It's not really seek to seek because the output is not like you need to see the output of a tool call and then make a new decision. It's not seek to seek. Like seek to seek implies that you have a sequence and then based on that you can output the entire other sequence, right? And that's not the case here. Breakout has been swept. It's swept on 4.0. Birdie. Changed on 5.0. And 5.0 is not good for me. Yeah, so Because 5.0 is not a stable release, right? 5.0 is like our crazy dev branch. I think I might have messed with it. So I like just use 4.0. 4.0 is the latest public release. Because you were doing like entropy stuff, right? That doesn't have anything to do with state sets. So I don't know why you would use 5.0. Like when we have dev branches, right? Like the next dev branch is not a stable nightly release. That's not how Puffer works. The next dev branch is whatever absolutely insane things I'm currently working on, which will eventually become a stable release. That is awful. Could be worse. Also, the 5.0 algorithm is getting completely rewritten right now. So you can expect that there's going to be some like crappy 5.0 branch that works, and then it's going to slowly get refactored into an actually good 5.0 branch by hand that's stable and works. All this stuff that's on the side here, this is just automated dumb debugging of bugs written by the dumb LLM. We're going to get a version of this that solves Sokoban stably. And then we're going to minimize the difference between this and 5.0, and then I'm going to manually like fix the implementation. What's the plan? Good growth this weekend at least, or this week. We're almost to 30K follows. I want to look into making 4.0 work on AMD. Ah. Yeah. Oh, were you the one that submitted the patch for that? The AMD support thing is rough. If there were like a sufficiently clean way to do it, it's like you can't even get AMD GPUs on VAST. So it's basically just for people with AMD laptop GPUs, at which point you can rent a GPU for 10 cents an hour. I do think that we should have a better CPU mode where like you can run policies trained on Puffer 4 or 5 on CPU more easily. I'd like to have that. It's just tough otherwise. Boston Uni guy went well. Working something he claims speed up by RL a lot. If it makes any sense, Anish. Yeah, if the thing they have makes any sense, sure. It seemed like very, very theory heavy stuff. All right, let's see if they fixed it. I doubt it is, but we'll see. Cleaned up the PR for AMD GPU support. Okay, in that case, if it's actually like reasonable, I will consider that. If I have level 15 solved, what's the next M to try to check if it generalizes? Longer term, it would be the test env we're gonna mostly use will be like 2048, probably Valo's Inferno environment, and probably like the bigger mazes as well. Does this shred? This is kind of shredding, isn't it? Yeah, okay, this shreds. It's unstable, though. Little unstable with these hypers. We'll have to resweep it. Yeah, that's fully solved in 90 seconds. Look at that. That's fully solved in 90 seconds. That's level 15, boys. Unless this thing is cheated domain knowledge in, we are good. $50K params, 400 mil steps, 90 seconds. And actually, this is... Hang on. We can actually tighten total time steps because we're not annealing, right? So if we give it a 400 mil budget... I'll check it, QWERTY. I'll actually give you feedback on that since you've put effort in. I'm not saying no to AMD GPU support. I'm saying no to adding substantial complexity in order to support AMD. If you can support AMD without adding substantial complexity, that's good. Boycott. Yeah, so the tweet that I made, like, obviously you're not going to have everybody boycott Anthropic. That's not the fucking point. The point is if specifically all the AI researchers say, well, you're gimping your models for AI research, so we're not going to use your models, that will be enough on its own to make them trail OpenAI on all the stuff that matters. So, you know, maybe they'll still end up being like a consumer play thing where they make the shitty AI for everybody, but they're not going to be having the best models if if AI researchers stop using their stuff. They just lose such a big source of public feedback. And that's actually practical. Like, why are you using the models? They clearly don't want you to use the models for AI research. That's it. It doesn't require corporations to cut spending at all. That's the thing. Like, if their models just get worse or don't get better and cheaper than the competitors, they'll lose out anyways. Okay, so there is some noise here. We'll give it 500 mil. No, my $100 or whatever doesn't matter at all. If anything, they lose money on me using their thing from a code perspective, like from a token perspective, right? It's the feedback that they lose. Okay, that looks deterministic. Yeah, that's good. Don't understand the outrage. Well, they're currently training their models. So their key thing at the moment is using their AI to improve their own AI. And they're currently training their models on my RL code that I have spent thousands of hours on. And they're not even letting me use their models in order to do my AI with. And they're justifying this as that this is them being the good guys, being responsible and safe more than anything. Not really, Ethan. They all swap employees back and forth every other month anyways. The talent density at these places is nowhere near as high as it used to be. Like, they got plenty of idiots working for them. There's plenty of smart people, but plenty of idiots as well. Oh yeah, obviously, like, they have... Well, they probably mostly have the same data at this point anyways, but I don't know. They do have a bunch of data that they've collected, I'm sure. They spend tons of money on that. They're stuck on 3. Eh. Well, that's just the time cutoff, though. Why is SpaceX AI losing? Um, because I don't think Elon's put in the amount of time required to deeply understand AI to make sure he's actually hiring, like, smart people. I mean, I said from the original tech stack, right? The original tech stack that they said that they were building on was completely stupid. It was Jax, TypeScript, and Rust. That's the I'm an idiot tech stack. I remember saying at the time that, like, yeah, let me know when one of these labs says that their tech stack is C and CUDA, then I'll pay attention. And the problem is that in the meantime, the models kind of got to the point where now them saying that they're doing all C and CUDA probably means that they have the same idiots vibe coding the entire thing, not like actual good low-level systems people who know what they're doing. So, I mean, I completely believe that they could do well. They have plenty of resources. The engineering management is actually quite good from what I've heard. It's just like, yeah, the lack of knowledge to actually differentiate the quality of people that they're hiring. They get like a lot of shills and grifty types that are super like, oh yeah, we're going to solve everything, but actually don't know what they're doing. I love the enthusiasm, but it's got to be tempered with actual knowledge. Well, you need people that are not like crayon eatingly, glue sniffingly stupid, right? Like, a lot of this stuff isn't rocket science. The rocket science is harder. That actually like requires you to know some math. But for whatever reason, programming is just the most nerd snipe thing ever where people just do it incredibly stupidly. Okay, there's our stable solve. Did I just close my terminal? Yes, I'm an idiot. Hang on. And these models will eventually catch up. NVIDIA have smart people. Well, I don't think NVIDIA cares that much, E10. I think that they're happy if people buy their GPUs. Like, if anything, all the other companies are losing money and NVIDIA is just making all the money, right? Well, E10, like, the thing is, okay, is their bot model even better now? Maybe, but the big labs just leapfrog each other every other month, and they also swap employees back and forth every other month anyways. It's very SF. The whole thing is just one big orgy. Well, I mean, the goal, like, my suggestion to AI researchers who aren't happy with this is to just stop using their models, and if enough of them do, then they'll fall behind. Just non-competes are unenforceable in California. Yeah, I think Carpathy just... You would have thought he would have made enough money from Tesla. Maybe not. I don't know. I'm a bit concerned. He is kind of fitting the model I have of there are a bunch of people in SF who used to be very smart, and then just did way too much acid. And I'm kind of getting those vibes, like a few too many trips to Burning Man kind of a thing. I gotta say though, for like Carpathy's old work that he's done, I have nothing but respect for him. He had some of the best like blogs and writing on a lot of basics in the field. Arguably, his work probably inspired a lot of stuff with CleanRL. I mean, I knew him back when he was a PhD student very briefly, and he was very smart back then. Very quirky, but very smart. Even some of his more recent stuff before all the vibe codey things with his like small LLM code bases been tremendously useful. Arguably contributed to development of Muon. So tremendous amount of work. That's actually pretty impressive though, Piggy, that you're still getting 14. I do think that the advantage-based stuff is probably dead. Yeah, just the Nano GPT speed runs, right? Were a major thing. Well, I don't know if it was that or CFAR was the Muon originally, but arguably it's definitely contributed to the verification of it for sure. Um, I actually don't know what it, I like. I've heard some rumors, but I hope Ilya's doing stuff that's better than the rumors say. We'll see. Advantage and reward. You might, okay, I will say this. There might be a way to use it to sample from the good segments that you have, but I don't see any way to keep it fresh, right? Like, how do you have a fresh advantage estimate over the segment? I don't, or over the episode. I don't think you can. You could train like a state only value model, maybe, or maybe you could measure like the difference between the value function of the old policy and the new policy. Like, there might be something you can do there. If anybody wants to experiment with that, by all means. But I think this really dumb version that I have here will at least work. What do I mean fresh? Advantage is an on-policy estimate. So advantage is, it's based on, from the current state, what, like, following the current policy from the current state. I didn't nerd snipe myself with the advantage stuff, Jess. It was a pretty subtle... The reason for failure was quite subtle, and I guarantee you, if I just took this problem and phrased it without the knowledge I have now, and I didn't weight it at all, like, probably none of the best researchers out there would have caught the mistake. I floated this idea to many people, and they all thought it sounded like a great idea. So... yeah, the current approach is not using advantage. The current approach is more go explory, in the sense that it is about it's about refining trajectories. So like just finding and refining trajectories, and then using the key difference is that unlike Go Explore, which just finds the trajectories, we use the trajectories to learn from. And it's still all nice on policy RL. So no, like nothing screwy. It's very nice. Yeah, just the sources aren't super reliable, so it's kind of meh. Actually, are you allowed, like, let's say that you have a secret project at a company. Are you allowed to tell your employees that they can say that they're working on, like, some completely other thing? Could you just decide, oh yeah, tell everybody that we're working on we're working on solving quantum physics with AI? That would be really funny. It's still off, Paul. Yeah, exactly, E10. That's the key problem with it. I did not check Twitter for 10 minutes, and I have 20 notifications. Hey, there you go. So I guess that's public now since he's made it public. We did animation work for these guys. It was one of our first contracts. Yeah, they did. It's like physically grounded animation. So they had a bunch of noisy animation data that we needed to run through a sim, do RL on, um, clean it up with RL by physically constraining it in the sim. It was one of our first contracts. From what I've seen, they're doing pretty well now. That was a really tough one, actually, because we got stuck working with this, like, awful, awful existing robotic stack. Not theirs, like, the public one. Oh, 95 Herblore. Yeah, we got working on the, like, this awful, awful RL stack. They got a real deal on the pricing, because I did not realize what we were signing up for. What? Oh, okay, this is targeted at him, not me. Cool. This is LM crap, isn't it? Lovely. Um, that's funny as fuck. I'm in a stupid mood today. I do stupid things. I'm not always required to actually be funny. Sometimes I can just be dumb. How was Dario as a person during your OpenAI days? What? Was he there when I was there? I don't think so. If he was, I never realized it. I was there in, what, like 2018, I think? 2017, 2018? Yeah, I think this was before the Anthropic Schism. The Anthropic Schism was like 2 years later almost, first year of my PhD maybe. 2016? Oh, then I was definitely there. Well, I guess he just either wasn't there in person or was not memorable. Because this is the first I'm hearing of it. I remember, Alec Radford. He was awesome. Ilya, of course. I talked to Schulman a couple times. Obviously, Philip and such. There were a couple interns that were super cool. The Dota team was fucking awesome. Though I didn't know many of them personally. Talked to Greg Brockman a couple of times. Though I didn't really interact with him as much as I like observed him writing code with the team, which was pretty cool. VP of research, my ass. In my mind, it was like Alex stuff was really the big contribution. Alec was really awesome. He was just a swell guy as well. Super nice guy, super focused, really sharp. Terrible engineer, but didn't really matter. At least he would just throw away all of his code every single new project anyways, so he just wouldn't accumulate tech debt because he wouldn't accumulate code. It was really funny in some sense because it's a very, very effective way of working around not being a good engineer is to just throw away your code very often. I only realized this in retrospect, but like that's kind of the best thing you can do if you're just not a good programmer. You can only make so much of a mess every couple months, right? Oops, let's not do that. All right. Let's see how much code this thing just deleted. We're not doing the manual cleanups today, but I figure this is a decent start. I don't have my watch. What time is it? Oh crap, it's already 3. It should get 15. If it doesn't, it changed the determinism. When you're wrapping up stream, I don't know, when I feel like it. Okay, told Spencer we solved. I remember Mistral. No, they're still around. They're just doing AI for Europe. Actually, one of my good friends went there and who was a very good engineer. They're probably doing fine. You know, they're going to make European compliant models for Europe or whatever. That's good. You just found like a nice theorist-ish. I don't have any problem with theorists. I only have problem with theorists that are like, super uppity about the mathematical purity of their stuff and just do not see the value of empirical work at all. Which unfortunately is a lot of them. But then again, I'm negative about most people, so take that for what it's worth. What was that? It was gym equipment, American flag. That's in Maryland. That's on my family's farm. I spend most of my year there. It's my favorite place. It's so nice. Like, I practically can't get a coffee here without hearing, like, oh, agent this, agent that, bullshit, bullshit, whatever. It's just very peaceful, you know? Oops. 930 lines. Did I make Puffer 4 here? 4 there? A good chunk of it, yeah. Puffer 4 was a very long update. That was 8 months, man. I think once I have the full algorithm fixed, I'm probably going to step back for a little bit and, like, actually get myself in better shape. Because, I mean, I fried myself so much on Puffer 4. Like, I've been able to do some good work since then. But, like, holy hell was that. Like, 4 was just a lot. I'd like to just chill and do some CUDA, learn some more stuff, figure out what problems we solve. Puffer 6. Did I say 6 before the end of the year? I know I said 5 like end of summer. Yeah, it would be 6 end of year. It depends. I don't actually have the plans for 6 yet, what to put in it. I guess though we do know the last algorithmic thing at this point that we have to do, and it's not that hard. State coverage. Yeah, Jess. I don't think that's hard, though. I think if I'm going to get this cleaned up first, but once I get that cleaned up, I wouldn't be surprised that's like works in Codex in a day, takes me 2 days to rewrite it cleanly. We already have a collab that's like worked on the core algo for that. Offer 600k stars. That would be very nice. That would be very nice. I mean, I do honestly think it is going to be the type of thing where, like, I think it's going to be the type of thing where, like, everybody just goes, what? Like, we can solve everything? I mean, you saw the stupid pendulum thing, how much that blew up. Like, it's a really cool demo, but realistically, I mean, it's basically just bolted onto Puffer 4, and the core algorithm is doing most of the work there. Like, there are a couple details you have to get right, obviously, you have to sweep it, but, like, a lot of that is just coming from core capabilities. It's going to be the type of thing where, like, you know, in a version or two, the core capabilities are going to be such that you can just solve problems that people are spending tens of millions of dollars on. And everybody's going to go, what? Where did this come out of from nowhere? But it's clearly there already. Like, most of the problems that are just very, very tricky or whatever are actually easier to solve than Sokoban if you don't hack domain knowledge into it. Like, we fixed the problem that RL used to have where shit was super brittle and it only ever worked on one benchmark. So it's going to seem like it just out of nowhere it solves everything, but I mean, anybody who's been watching the streams can kind of see the writing on the wall already. Like, you don't have to believe in exponential capabilities increase. You basically just have to believe in, like, the, like, pace of progress that we're going at now, considering continuing linearly, which it has been. And, like, it's, you don't even have to do that in the abstract sense. You basically have to think that we can solve the one or two other remaining limitations with our core algorithm, and then we can, like, ablate out some of the other little failure cases and maybe optimize a little bit more, and we're done. It's a couple algorithmic quirks that cause, like, pathological failure cases, and then after that, it's just like perf. Perf's pretty good, of course, already. Yeah, the trust the exponential thing is kind of a meme because, like, you can't actually explain how you're going to accomplish the things that you say. Um, but I can. It's just that we're improving progress on a bunch of benchmarks that look simple, that if you understand RL are not simple at all from first principles. We have perfect transfer from there onto other tasks, and we've been using this exact set of tools to solve real problems in industry. And, like, most of them are easier to solve than our benchmarks. That's pretty much it. That is 20,000 potions made. 90 to 95 in the last 2 days. I know, I've been kind of lazy. Um, our stuff at the moment. Our stuff at the moment is combining stuff from Lit for the most part, but it's like pretty far-flung stuff, right? So like Puffer 4, the architecture was two very, very distant things applied to a completely new domain. The engineering was novel. And then in this case, it is like Go Explore combined with very, very different engineering. And then also applied in like a very novel way. Papers. It's actually just more stuff from Go Explore and well, two other small things. R&D to start with, though I hate R&D, and then an improvement thereafter of it. I'll be right back. I use the restroom. And then we'll close this out soon-ish. I want to get this down to like I want to have everything done for today that does not require me to look at the code, and then tomorrow we will do the stuff that requires me to look at the code. I'll be back. Click. Okay. Okay, that's all these stupid macros going. Oh yeah, we also have the recurrent ablations to do. Who the fuck is this person? Okay. Who it's a funny little quip. Look, this is the thing. I have this very important flaw where if you set up dominoes for me, if you just set me up for a line, I'm gonna take the line. You know? It's very, very difficult for me to just have dominoes and not knock them over, you know? CS231 and absolutely. I don't know about the recent iterations of the course, but the original lectures by Justin or Andre are just as good now as they were back then. Possibly even more useful now, given that the quality of a lot of information out there has gotten so crap with all the AI. Yeah, my RL guide is still up to date. Like, that still is good advice. Yeah, some of the perf blips are really weird. I wonder if that's a logging fail. Wait, the assignments are nowhere? There's no way that you can't find this yes tooth. Literally, right here. Right? Though, these are the solutions. You probably just want the raw questions. Is this by somebody on the actual course, or is this, Oh, a few people just uploaded their solutions, I guess, which you should not be doing. Presumably they've uploaded some of them, though, officially. So that you're not going to just be getting some random student's code. It's slightly off, isn't it? So wait, that was not supposed to change. Yeah, that was not supposed to change perf. That was supposed to be the safe one. For recent versions, I didn't find the answers. The problem sets are easy enough that you can probably get an LLM to one-shot them, but obviously that's not the point. Like, you won't learn anything if you do that. They're relatively short exercises, and they do teach you the fundamentals. I think most problem sets are a waste of time, but for the most part, those ones were quite good. Cartwheel's pretty cool. Wait, this is actually... I didn't realize that my stupid fuck you response is the top reply on this stupid tweet. That's fucking hilarious. It's fucking hilarious. Ryan Fleury did the classic delete your account as well. It's funny. Stupid. So the thing that I think about the nano GPT thing, right, is are you required to have multiple seeds on this? Hang on. Is this multiple seeds at the very least? Doesn't look like it. But where's their submission stuff? Oh, wait, here it is. No, it's not. Is there, like, no seed variance at all in this problem? I actually think just implement this stupid thing and, like, optimize CUDA would be super funny, no? What did Dario do to you? Um, I mean, trained on my RL code that I've spent many, many thousands of hours on, and then told me that for my own good, I can't use my own, like, I can't use their model that they trained on my AI code to improve my AI code, but they can use it for their AI code, and it's for my own good. So, fuck them. If they just came out and said, like, look, to maintain our competitive advantage, we're not letting people use this for AI development anymore, I would say, okay, fair play. You know, I still wouldn't use their stuff, but I'd be like, okay, fair play. But if you're gonna tell me, oh, it's for safety and whatever the fuck you. Like you do with bio and chem and all that. Fuck you. Literally the only reason that these models will have like any ability to reason about efficient RL is because of the puffer code base. There's nothing out there remotely comparable. And in fact, if you check some of the older models and ask them stuff around puffer, they just lie. Like, they just make up that a whole bunch of other RL repos have these advanced techniques implemented when there are literally no other code bases in existence that have this stuff. So, giga fuck you. Well, yes, exactly. You know, I'm fine with the copyright fair use thing until they start nerfing the capabilities to give themselves an asymmetric advantage. I am fine with like it being accepted that AI companies can train on whatever they want, right? Spend a shit ton of money to create a model off of it and then sell you back the model. I'm actually fine with that. But when you tell me you can't even use it and you're just going to use it for your own internal development, fuck you. Somebody clip that? No, 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 no. No, if we're gonna do this properly, it's like, look. It's a little warm up here. Me. Do re mi fa sol la ti do. Fuck you. There you go. There's your dumbass clip. This is week 3 of really, really stupid algorithm dev where I don't actually get to edit real code. This ends today. Tomorrow I get to edit real code, which will be very, very nice. Took out too much of the logging. Possibly broke determinism. It wouldn't be surprised. We'll test that, don't worry. Ah, of course, Jess. That's funny. Where'd the stupid thing go? Not bitwise deterministic. Great. Okay. Well, we need our bitwise determinism. This is a very short budget, by the way. We know that we can solve this. Like, the result is already secure, so don't worry about that, guys. These are super janky hypers. We can super easily just sweep this. The result is good. Time is it? All right, I'm gonna give it 20 more minutes because I want to be able to do a couple things at 4 before my dinner at 5. Good views on Puffer today, though. Oh, geez, is this the clip? Or is this? Oh, no, this is not the clip. Okay, this is Born in the USA. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. That was really funny if you think about it in retrospect now. Was this a thing? Hello? Okay, the mic's back. Stupid camera drivers, man. Hang on, I'll fix the camera. I can see when it goes down and I stop talking, but... There we are. Does Sam even program? Does Dario even program? I think Dario might. I don't think Sam does. Realistically, I'm a much better programmer than most of these companies' scientists, and a much better um a much better scientist than most of these companies' engineers. So I have depth, but also a bit of breadth. I honestly think that the like being a really good systems dev is harder than being a good scientist. Though it is just a different kind of hard sometimes. Ilya Andre. Ilya like wasn't really a deep programmer. I'm a worse scientist than Ilya for sure. I'm probably a better programmer. Does he like well, I actually don't know. To be fair, I actually don't know what his like own programming was. I don't know how much like he contributed to the end stuff of his like early work. And then Carpathy, I actually don't know with Carpathy either. So Carpathy is honestly a lot of the things I'm good at are similar to the things that Carpathy is good at. Like I'm quite good at making things simple, making complex things simple, and then really, really drilling down to the source of stuff. Oops. It unfortunately broke my best testing feature for Puffer, which is the non-determinism. So now I gotta sit here and do this. Throughput is much higher. Well, nowadays he's kind of just vibe coding shit, isn't he? Like his throughput is actually very low, isn't it? He kind of even when he was doing in his peak, right? He would put out like a few really good things a year. He's joined Anthropic. Yeah, he's doing whatever. But I'm trying to think what was his like peak stuff. I think it was before all the models got super good. It was before the models got super good. Um or not super good, but I should say usable. I never really looked at the original like GPT-2 stuff. Maybe then. Because I think the low-level stuff that he did was already vibey. Honestly, I put Carpathy more in the bin of like the type of stuff Costa has done. I'm not frozen. Shouldn't be. He reads all the code. That's not enough. I mean, give some respect to Carpathy. He's like genuinely responsible for some pretty amazing stuff. Like, just consider him retired and call it a day. That's funny as fuck. Curriculum mutations happen. Atomic but not ordered. Yeah, that's the type of thing it would be. Not surprising. Think it would put us higher by 2 minutes. Honestly, there are a lot of good people I used to know that I just think of them as being retired. Like, they've completely lost their edge, but I just, like, think of them as just being retired. Sad thing is, most of them are late 20s, early 30s. Careful, Bet, you're risking the ban. Yeah, I saw Andrew's retweet. We did animation work for them. Cross-buffer curriculum scheduling. Okay. See if this is good. I'm not gonna ban Bet. I know he's memeing. He's got the proselyte of the puffer order title. Oh, that sucks. Ooh. Hey, the hex maps look really cool, don't they? Yeah, the hex maps look really cool. I like that. This is just Perlin. This is basically just Perlin with hex maps and a shader, right? That's nice. How's our verification going? We'll see what this does. Maybe run it a little longer. We'll see. Uh, bleh. That looks super cool. That's a cool game. So much better having like indie game devs on the timeline than AI shells. They just chill. They work on their game for a bunch of years. They hope a few people buy it. It's nice. All right, so we have to make the other run a little bit longer, but this will be fine. Why isn't Gary Tan on my timeline? Because he's a moron. Oh, that's funny. That's very true. It's actually probably why I've never liked the game. I'm so bad at it that like I can't hit anything, and I don't even have the hit sound to tell me when I have hit something. Okay. That was it. Almost 4. This is going to be the last thing. We're going to make sure we haven't completely giga broken everything, and then we will be done. Mm-hmm. This is the type of stuff I'm interested in, though not by trying to replace the sim with a model, just trying to write sims or sell subcellular stuff. When will Pufferlip solve disease? I mean, that's on the top of the list. Realistically, I will get to start working on that when I deem that RL is stable enough that we are no longer bottlenecked by the algorithm and it's safe to majorly shift focus. Like, I don't want to be trying to solve really hard problems in bio with RL still being kind of janky, you know? Ideally, we solve a bunch of stuff in RL. We solve some easier applications that are still worth a bunch of money, so we have plenty of funding without having to deal with investors. And then we start doing some bio stuff. I will say it's not guaranteed that we start with bio stuff. I think we're going to start with, like, my main interests are in very low level sim, right? So, like, molecular level sim potentially. It might be more realistic to do stuff in material science to start with. It might be fine that we do stuff in bio. I'm not entirely sure yet. I mean, the thing I can guarantee you is that it's very unlikely you're going to see us just, like, tackling the same problems everybody else is doing with a slightly different approach. Whatever we do will end up just looking very different and out there. Also, aging must be considered as a disease. It's just pure cope. Um, I think one of the strongest opinions I hold is that you cannot be truly considered intelligent if you think that, um, aging is, like, good or necessary. It's like you think about this for 2 seconds, and it's obviously stupid. There's just really, really hard cope on that one. Hey, Spencer. Hang on, let me tell you. Okay, very good. And I am at a decent enough spot, man, that I can help you, if you would like, because I no longer have a million things in my head. Hang on, let me give you the quick update on this. So the quick update on this is now it is what, 700 lines? 700 lines of code. Um the new algorithm works. It's very, very simple. It's only tested on Sokoban. We have to test it on more places. It's all codex garbage. I have to rewrite it manually, almost entirely, I'm sure. But there's no longer a ton of details that need to be maintained. Like, it's a simple algorithm. Um, I think that's pretty much the situation. Yeah. If you have religious reasons for believing that, Spicy, then that's at least respectable. There are a lot of people who aren't even religious who have, like, PhDs from top universities who will insist this, and it just fucking baffles me. No, but we respect. No, we don't do that, all right? People can believe what they want. Um, that's fine. Okay, this is good. Let's see if this train's the same. Yeah, we're not discussing that stuff on stream. The comment I made was completely apolitical. The way we keep it. We focus on science here. Science and eng. The only reason I made the comment on anthropic stuff, right, is the one exception I'm allowed on politics and policy, right, is when it directly affects, like, core AI and science research. That's it. I've been pretty damn good about sticking to that as well. So obviously, gimping models for use in AI directly screws up our ability to do science and stuff in the open, right? Like, to be fair, we can do it without the models anyways, but it's still shitty. I stuck this one on one bill, just so we guarantee that it should solve if it doesn't get unstable. Weird. It is actually unstable. Gaining momentum. Yeah, okay, this is definitely unstable. I saw 14. I think this is fine. We're gonna do one last thing before I call it for today, just so I can launch a sweep, though, okay? Yeah, we got more of them in here. Yeah, I'm gonna probably take an extra 20, 30 minutes to do this. Some of them are. It's like simple CL Arch if you look at the latest commits. And I'm about to push all of them. I want to make the benchmark scale to like 25, 30 ends real quick. That way we have something to push it on. It's going to be very noisy, like, to be clear, because this is just increasingly sparse. So we expect it to be very noisy, but I want to try something. Yeah, simple CL, like 5.0 dash simple CL or whatever. It's only like 700-ish lines. Benchmark meaning what M's? Wait, what is that in relation to? So I'm just taking, all I'm doing right now is the Sokoban env. The default settings right now, it's 15 fixed levels in ascending difficulty. I'm just making it so that it's like more than 15 levels. We're going to keep the first 15 levels exactly what they are. And we're going to just have it be more after that. That's all. Obviously, this is not the only env we're using. We're treating this as our development environment in which we like test stuff on the algorithm. And then once we have the algorithm done, then we're gonna like sweep the new algorithm on all the other envs. So like incremental Sokoban is our dev env. No, they're gonna be fixed arch, but like we're basically just sorting. So instead of it being the first 15 easiest levels to solve, it'll be the first 30 easiest levels to solve. Testing rate of growth. It's so boring, man. You watch No. I don't really watch TV or movies. to be honest with you. What's this? Silly physics engine? Swift plus metal? They're both true. Waiting for maps and then we'll have our new benchmark. Are humanoids in households a realistic thing? I mean, maybe, but is that seriously the most interesting thing you can think of with AI? Is like replacing the need for a housekeeper with a piece of hardware that's like 20, 30 grand? Like, really? That's your version of the future? I mean, my version of the future where AI is fucking cool and solves stuff is like we don't age and die of preventable diseases. And we have some cool sci-fi materials that I don't know, let us like dick around in space and stuff. And we have super efficient special purpose manufacturing hardware for everything that makes everything dirt cheap. Like that's my version of the future. That sounds way cooler to me. Very nice. You transfer consciousness. I don't fucking know what consciousness even is if it exists. I don't think anybody does. It's irrelevant though. responses of the spicy to what? Responses of which tweet? Oh, what? You want me to plug Puffer? Like, that's not a reasonable thing to plug Puffer in. It is very funny that I think this is still the top reply, which is pretty funny. Jesus. Yeah, but I don't know what, like... The whole consciousness debate is like a complete fucking nerd snipe. There's probably some precise way to define and measure it, but I haven't heard anything reasonable, and it's, like, irrelevant. Like, I'm not talking about digitizing people or whatever. I mean, literally just, like, reverse processes associated with aging, cure diseases. Then the only deaths would be to accidents. And crime, I suppose. I don't even think that's relevant at all, man. I really don't think that matters that much. The last thing we have to run for now. It's not a PR thing, it's just a nerd snipe. Like, people in SF get into very long discussions about this crap that go nowhere. It's like the Batman slap meme, like, you know, the fucking build something. It's just that. Oh, you're probably right that they're gonna try that crap at some point. The thing is, they'll actually believe it as well. Remember when that, like, Google engineer went nuts over that with, like, GPT 3.5 or something? In retrospect, it's completely stupid, right? It's like, okay, you're clearly just an imbecile. Alright, we're not doing this whole crap bet. Come on. Science. Eng. We actually made a pretty nice breakthrough today. As dumb as it was. It's a really dumb algorithm, but it seems like it works. And it really should work as well. The algorithm? Um, I mean, the simple description of it, which is like 80% correct, is just keep the highest episode return, just keep the highest episode return trajectory, and then have some of the M's start their rollouts from random states along that trajectory. That's literally it. Okay. We'll have to do perf improvements, but hopefully it's decent. Might be unstable. We're gonna resweep. What? What game? What the hell game is this? Some super janky game. It's not Doom. What is this? 80 mil steps is like... Eh. Game code is too slow. Oh, look at that. We've already passed that level 17 on there. It's unstable. Yeah, but that's mega soda. That's mega soda. It gets very hard, like past 15 even. Alright, cool. I'm very happy with this. Well, I don't sound happy because typing shit into Codex all day is fucking brain dead. They will be pushed in just a moment. Let me just make sure that the sweep setup is good because I want to have the sweep going today. Okay, we did this. Eps, prio. All fine. I'm putting this to 0.1. 0.2 even. 2.5. I'm sick of value function being jank. I'm also sick of clip coef being jank. Mini batch size. Do I let it sweep the mini batch size? I think I do, right? But it doesn't get to sweep anything else. I think this is good, right? Ah. VF clip coef. Oh, this is going to give us an out of bounds sample, which is kind of jank, right? Put this on like 0.4. Hope is fine. Here all go. Released full open source as promise. Is good. Very dumb algorithm, but this is going to solve a lot of stuff. All right, there you go. Y'all can play with this. I'm expecting that this will soda like everything once we have it cleaned up and fast. This stuff is not optimized yet. This needs to be made fast. There's a whole bunch of things I need to do manually. The code fucking sucks, but this is at least a result. For everyone who's been tuning in, thank you very much. I'm exhausted. Mostly I'm exhausted from boredom, because typing shit into codecs is not really real engineering, and I want to do some real engineering. We'll do that starting probably tomorrow. If you're interested in my stuff, if you want to support me for absolutely and utterly free, feed the puffer a star on GitHub. He likes stars. He's hungry. We're almost to 6K here. Growth has been pretty great. We need... ignore this number. This number says 5999. You literally, 1 star is required, so that star is you, so go star it. Other than that, Discord if you want to get involved. It's actually pretty easy to get started building ends and such. Follow on X for more reinforcement learning content. And that's about it. I'm going to go get some dinner. See ya.